All right. Olo, olo, olo. Hello. I am gonna try and finish this painting today. Um, so let's just go down. Oh, oh, excuse me. So I'm gonna do these poppies. Oh, let me get this reference up. Um, there we are. I thought I had a pencil. Apparently I don't. I don't need one right now, but I'm thinking about it. So I'm gonna grab one because I need to do the detail in here. But this is our darker color to get like that basic shape. There is a couple of different reds going on here too. When I look at this reference, let me get bigger just so you guys can see what I'm talking about for a hot second. So the shadows are like a cooler red, like because of the shadow, and then here it's really bright and vibrant, and I'm seeing that as more leaning towards orange or orangey red. So um, that is what I'm going to try and capture in watercolor. And way to do that is by the watercolors. So when I say my set of watercolors was primarily these, this is I've had this for several years now. This was a set by a collection by a YouTuber called The Mind of Watercolor. He's a great watercolor artist. We haven't checked him out. The way he's approached to like natural subjects, like landscapes, like greenage, foliage, and stuff like that. It's really beautiful. And this is the set he made, just picking these colors. And I just don't think, do I have that in there though? I think I do. To me, it's just not reading. It's reading very orange to me. It is orange. So what I need to do, so this is Coracodon Rose. I lost my swatch, so I didn't know such. So on the back of here, these are the swatches, which they kind of match this, but, and this is more of a cool color, and then this is more orange. In my palette, this color, this Scarlet Pearl, is very orange to me, so I'll probably be tinting it a little bit more red and doing washes, and then using the pure red to do like the shadows, and then adding some purples to make it even darker. So that's the plan. But these are the watercolors I use, and watercolor, they are expensive, but I have yet to replenish these pans. I haven't done a whole lot of paintings. I trying to work on that with watercolors, but I've yet to redo these pens, but I've done at least 5 or 6, or I think at least 10 paintings. So watercolor does go pretty far. Really, it's tints. You're not using the opaque paint itself. It's making tints. It's a rare occurrence that I actually use watercolor paint right out of the tube. It just doesn't work well for my technique. So we'll make that smaller now. Let me check this. Okay. Just making sure that the focus hasn't changed. I do have allergies. So, and they're killing me. I need some water. Jeez. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So, let me get this out of the way. I'm gonna. I'm gonna do this mushroom really quickly. And we mixing in and making this a lighter yellow, but like with some brown. Then, sorry, excuse me. My allergies are kicking my ass. I'm gonna put this. Right now, it's a wet on wet method. I'm doing an underpainting browns. And this is just charging that wet area for interesting texture. And then, so we're gonna tackle this flower right here. So these internal petals are going to be more purpley, and then the brighter ones I'm going to do more reddy orange. So I'm going to need 2 washes. So this is the pure red here. This is Kodakadon. I have the thing so I can read it now. This is Kodakadon red. At least I think that's how you say it. Quinacridone. That's what it looks like to me. This is the pure red, and I don't want it to be too pigmented. Add a little bit of oh, I should get a swatch. Oh, it's right there. Yay. I always, when I do watercolor, I keep a piece, usually a piece of scrap, but this is a whole page. But this is this is the watercolor paper I hate, so I might as well use it some way. So this is the wash I'm mixing right now. It's a little bit orangey. We have this section right here. Which is more cool and pure red. And I'm thinking this is a Schminka, and I don't remember what the name of it is. Because this is more of a deeper red color. It's not on camera. It's coming from this section over here. I use this when I do botanicals because I just find myself needing more blues and reds. And this one's just the deeper. This could be the shadows a little bit. I bet I could use that too. So even this is a little bit too pigmented. I want it to be a little bit more sheer. I was just trying to get the correct color. Adding some water to this. I'll probably have to put the red in another section for the other one. Where's that one? And then this is that deeper. Just a little bit lighter. So I always can deepen it later. I'm just trying to get a little bit a thinner wash. So this is the right color. It's just not the right Excuse me. Oh, we're gonna go ahead and go in here. And this is all sheer. This is going to oops, I messed that up. But that's okay. I really should have done like a test flower, but I ain't done that. It's still a little bit too opaque. Just lifting some of this a little bit. Shear this out a little bit. So placing this more cool tone bluey red where the shadows are. And still, even after this dries, you can still see the underpainting, which is the whole point. And take this now, more coral color. Placing the color down. And then I'm not going back in the paint, I'm grabbing more water and bringing it down the rest of the wash, which will thin out the pigments. A little bit more color. I have a RuPaul song stuck in my head. Blame it on the edit. Blame it on the edit. So the underpainting is the brightness and gives you a good vibrancy and mix. This is painting the local colors of the petals. So keeping in mind the different hues. So the temperatures of the colors. So reds versus like the cool tones versus warm tones. And then the next pass will be the form shadows, I'll call them. So the different, to get the different textures and the um, different light situation a little bit. The reason why I'm going so in so sheer with the reds is because red itself, the hue can read very dark. Like imagine you put a gradient on this so it's like grayscale, and eventually the reds will reach the same saturation and deepness as like the blues around them, and so it decommissions the contrast, so it's better. And it, because reds are so pungent to the human eye, it's actually better to start out light and then work your way into the darks of color. And I'm doing the petals in separate sections because that those lines will show up. I'll grab a pencil. Grab pencil. Grab pencil. Grab pencil. Blame it on the edit. Blame it on the edit. So we're gonna go. Thank you, Amber. Get some rest. I appreciate it. Thank you. I am gonna go into trying to do the details of these flowers. Hopefully I don't mess them up. If I do, I will paint them with gouache because that's okay. I really want to keep the so I think I'm gonna go in with a pure red first and get some of these major folds. So I'm adding this. Get these major folds. Pure red here. I'm trying to capture the form. Oh, I'm going right over that fold. That's the problem. With this. I gotta lift this up because it's so light. Switch. So I have to get that song out of my head. I have to decide what I'm gonna do. Omelet edit. Oh my gosh, I had that stuck in my head. Name it omelet edit. Bitch. Look better. Omelet edit. Brighter and brighter, redder and redder. I think I need to do. As I'm gonna go in and start going deeper. And I'm gonna take, there's a violet I have over here. And let me make sure. So this color, let's get deeper shade here. Still want it to be red, but I also just need it to be darker. So I can actually honor the shadows that are here. Trying to So I'm gonna get into this area. Yeah. Oop, my arm just went to sleep because I'm resting against it. Oops. I'm gonna add I think that's it for the flowers. So I need to do the greens and stuff. So I'm gonna switch. Well, yeah. You need a little bit more brown. Let's do this mushroom here, and then I'll switch to cool tones. I like to work within the same range. Like going from red to purple is really easy, but going from between red and green in the same page, it would create muddiness because I would have to be heavily maintaining my brushes and making sure they're completely clear and washed. And Let me get pre-wet this. Ooh, what is that? Oh, J Daddy Draws, thank you so much for the follow. I just was in the zone. Straight up. How you doing? Right now I'm rendering this mushroom. Thank you. Hi. Hi. Yeah, I'm rendering this mushroom. This is all watercolor. I use this set. Um, they're M-gram. It's a collection, but they're all M-gram watercolors, which are a honey-based watercolor, so they stay wet. And I just put them in this palette from Joann's. I got this from Joann's. I bet you can get it at Michael's. This is the basic Artist Loft, I think, palette. Um, and then these are technically dry, but I'll touch one, and it's a little bit sticky, and that's because of the honey. At least that's what I read. The honey, like they use honey as a part of the binder. Because with like watercolor, I think the binder is usually gum arabic or amalgamation of that. That's because it's water soluble and watercolor kind of thing. Um, so yeah. I really do like them. I have used all forms of watercolor from I think Prot, like which is like Praat, which is good. I think this difference over time is the archivalness of the thing, whether or not it fades and stuff. So some of my first paintings do have like fading and stuff, but that was because I made them in high school. But I like watercolor as a medium. Um, I'm finishing up this mushroom. I tend to work in color groups. I said this earlier, but I work in color groups, so I want to work on like the warm tones and the reds for a while, and then if I'm going to switch, then I switch to the cool tones like the greens and the blues. That way I don't make desaturated colors on accident by not being careful with my um brush, like kind of deal. So um I'm going to clean up some stuff with the greens and do the greens. I need to put a wash of like some kind of like purple and blue on this. It's most likely going to be blue, like a gray tone blue to a more vibrant blue. But I also need to do the stem. One thing about watercolor is you do have to think about the order because it's not opaque. It has that transparency, which is what I really do like. Um, when I think about watercolor, it's what's most important is the paper, not the paints. Because if you have bad paper, you can't really work around it. But you can work with kind of shitty paints, in my opinion. Um, Hi, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hi, my name is Raquel B. I go by Raquel B across the internet. I'm a watercolor artist and I'm trying to become an illustrator. I also do gouache. I do some digital art every now and then. Thank you so much for the follow. I really do appreciate it. Um, right now, I'm working on this series of fantastical critters. Um, thank you so much. You're so sweet, and we had to come over here. Yeah. Is that okay? I was gonna say, is that a bot? I had to double check. I was like, wait, I don't see any links. As long as that's a person, that's fine. I just don't want like I've had no, it's okay. It's okay. It's funny. I just was like, because I've seen it where you have the bots that uh they like hit the link and it's like for porn, and I'm like, oh God, no, 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 please, no. Um, sorry. There's my fan. I do have my fan on. Ooh, because it is hot. Saying it's hot, hot, hot. No, you're okay, Vader. It's totally fine. No, I do work on watercolor and I do sketching videos. Um, and just the process. I am a person who thinks that every person who exists is inherently um are creative, and if you can make a mark, you can make art. It's as simple as it doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be um this elitist thing. I think everyone should partake and find joy in creating something. So if you have a big pen and a blank piece of printer paper, start sketching and find the joy in creating something. Or, if you like clay or sculpture or, making outfits, sewing, and all of that, that's not like, I think that's really important just to take the time out to do the process of making something. Um, these flowers are making me remember the Poppy Art Contest I did as a kid every year. A pop art contest. That's very specific. I've had art contests, but I didn't know there was like one for like flowers. I know we had at my school when I was in like high school and middle school, it was like reflections contests where they had like a theme, but it was never around an object. It was always like, what does this phrase mean to you, and depict it in any art style, whether that's singing, dance, or like certain media and stuff. I'm going to go lurk in the shadows of embarrassment. Your work is wonderful. Thank you so much. You don't have to be embarrassed. Sometimes you know, I know the taste of my own toast. So I've put my foot in my mouth a couple of times. I'm a strong 30-year-old woman. I've made mistakes, Miss Frizzle. It's okay. I'm trying to see what. It was just out of reach. It's run by the. I actually do not. Let me read the first one. I read really fast, faster than I do out loud. So I read your first one. It's run by the American Legion. The annual Poppy Poster Contest teaches children grades 2 through 12 about patriotism, veterans, and the service through art. That's beautiful. That's amazing. Thank you so much for all the follows, everybody. Do you have a background teaching in art? Ooh, because I teach art, and I got a art teacher vibes from you. I appreciate it. I've never taught art, but as a person who is eternally curious, likes to learn new things, and I was a tutor, I can understand how that would pull over to my own artistry and when I'm on the internet. So that's probably where the vibes are coming from, because I like to share and encourage people to engage their own curiosities and try things. And it's not about doing, I think that's lost sometimes. And it makes me, I'm like, people just deserve to feel joy of just doing and learning things. Hey, sorry to raid and lurk a little. I gotta make dinner. Thank you so much for being welcoming. The vibe here is beautiful. Thank you so much. Enjoy your dinner. I'll take a lurk. I'm not mad at it. I appreciate it. The way you present yourself and your thought process is so concise and professional. I love it. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, yes. Um, yeah, I try to be concise. I do ramble. I do lose the plot, and I'll get on a train of thought, and then I'll just keep on chugging. I'm like, the railway will get back. The railway will eventually get back. Doesn't always, but you try. Um, but I can show, because there's so many new people here. I can show you guys some of my past work. There's some in the background here. Um, that I just put up on this visor. This is a physical thing. It's not like a digital thing. I used to have bigger hair. So having filters, it would never catch my hair right. It looked weird. I'm gonna deal with the volume. It looks like I'm pitching here. Sorry, y'all. But 1 second, please hold. Let me bring that down a little bit. But so for my old artwork, so this is from 2020, self-portrait. These are my old stuff. This is about 3 years ago, kind of shiny. And then let's do more recent stuff. So I like birds. This is gouache, and this is also gouache. I use Arteza gouache. It's like the 40 pack from uh what's it called? that one store that everyone goes everywhere for, and it's online. Amazon. Yeah, I got that on Amazon, and I use a limited palette, honestly, and then some still life practice. So oranges. We got we got more birds. I love a good bird. I don't know, man. And then this is a part of the same series, so they're kind of in the same world. Is these snails. So I'm just doing little fantastical forage critters, kind of have the same vibe. I just knocked you. Whoop. There we go. So the snail mail, because it's a snail. You get it? So it's a snail mailman. It's a slow mail, but like I thought I was clever. um, and so this one, then I will say this: when you start doing watercolor, it's one of the easiest mediums to get into because it's cost effective, and you don't have to worry about cleanup or like oils. You have to, make sure you dispose of them properly. But what is important is the paper. Now, the reason why I say this is arch. I say arches. I've heard it pronounced ash. It's ARCHES. Oh, I spelled it right. And it's 100% cotton paper. It takes layering very well. It takes multiple layers, multiple washes very well. It doesn't peel. This one was a different brand. I think this is Artesia watercolor paper. And the problem became it started to peel. And so I had to go over certain areas with wash, which made them flat and lose that beautiful texture of the paper and that transparency that you would have from this skyline. You see how this one's really flat, really matte, really opaque, versus this has that depth and that texture and the emotion from the flow of the water and the control. Couldn't do it anymore because this bad boy was being stupid. So what's more important is the paper you work with, and there's a bunch of brands that you can use. There's Strathmore, Canson, um, what's another one? Bee paper, Arteza, and it really comes down to just taking practice and making small paintings at first with individual subjects, and then as you learn how to wield the medium, you can get more intricate. It's about iteration, patience, and practice. Have you ever tried soaking your paper and stapling it to a board to stretch it? Here's the thing. I've seen that. I have. I have. Do I do that? No. I'm lazy. What I do is I tape the bad boy down. Like I tape it down with masking tape, and then I press it here so that any of the warping, it doesn't have room for like expansion. And then that's it. I don't pre-stretch my paper. I know as a watercolorist, you should pre-stretch your paper. I can't be bothered. I don't have the space. Okay, I need stuff to be vertical sometimes. I need stuff to be out of the way. I live in a one-bedroom apartment. I don't know what to tell you. So I don't pre-stretch my paper. I have seen it. I've seen pre-stretch canvas, and I've seen the thing. Am I going to do it? No. Like, you know, and that's the thing with art. I think I heard this one time from a person, I think it was Robert Welsh, and he is a makeup artist, and he says, you know, there is no rules to makeup, but there is a theory, and I think that applies to any that really applies to any kind of artistry, right? Yes, yes, of the Welsh twins. Yes, I love makeup too. I didn't put makeup on today because I couldn't be bothered. I'm in that mode of like can't be bothered. But but so if you understand the theory, you can then bend the rules, and I think that's the difference because that is, I think, the difference between an artist who is matured and understands what their medium is doing is they understand the practicalities and theories of what is necessity to get the picture from their mind onto paper for people to see, and it makes sense. So if you're doing anatomy, you understand the theory and the basis of anatomy so that you can do cartooning, versus you have cartoons and instead of having your proportions consistent and accurate, you say it's your style. There's a difference. So for me, I know a lot of rules about art. I know a lot of theories. Do I always apply them? No. And I think also too, for everyone, if you're really, because I've come across this too, just like being a part of like the corner of the internet with art, whether it's on like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, there's always new beginners always asking, hey, how do I find my style? How do I find my style? And I'd say this to any new artist: don't look for your style. That's an unnecessary search. The reason why I say this is because when you learn the proper theories, your own perspective, your own muscle memory, and your own application will then inform your style. So if you don't understand the theories to begin with, you shouldn't be really looking for style. If you can't, from your mind, through practice, iteration, and exercises, draw forms and render an object, you really shouldn't be worrying about the style yet, because it will come out. Prime example for anyone is if you go to like easy access, sip and paint, and you have an instructor tell you step by step how to paint that sunny sunset with the island palm tree, and every single picture is different, even though they had the same instructor, the same paints, the same brushes, same canvas. That's because everybody's perspective influenced and their abilities influenced how the picture came out. So your style will come because you are a person, you are a creative being, and it will come out when you create things. You don't need to worry about your style. That's my hot take. That's my really quick hot take. Like, I think practicing and learning how to render subjects in a consistent way is more important than focusing on I want to look like XYZ. Unless like you're in like a specialized thing, but even then, like if you're gonna like I want to get into manga, even manga has its own theories that you have to apply and learn in order to draw it, versus like I want to have a specific style of manga kind of thing in anime. Let me read this. I knew an artist that did abstract figures, but you couldn't see an understanding of anime behind it. I didn't know how to phrase that in critiques and easy to study anatomy. Yeah, because it's one thing to understand, like that's where for me, this might be the wrong turn, but I think that's where surrealistic art comes from, is it's the understanding of the form and then you break it, not only just the form but the world around you, to then break it intentionally, right? So it's like, oh, I know that's and the intention then, when I say intentionally, because when you can see something that is broken but the break is consistent, that means it was done with intention, versus the break wasn't consistent and it's weird, like they draw an eye one way this way and and then another thing it's another way, then it's not consistent, and then oh, then it's an accident, so it's not intentional. So do you understand what you're doing or what you're trying to convey? I don't know. But also, sometimes you just sometimes you just make something to make something. It doesn't have to be good, it doesn't have to be perfect, none of that. Just make art to make art, whether or not anyone else will see it. Keep it in a little book that you shove underneath your bed like a secret journal. It so it could be a happy little accident. That too, and then make that happy little accident into a little tree. I'm a PBS kid. I love Bob Ross. Grew up on it. So I'm gonna switch image here. Maybe I can get this up, because I'm going to switch to my cool tones here and work on the leaves and these um, buds. I think these are buds. Technically, these are buds. Yes. As much as I draw flowers, You would think I would know the like anatomy of flowers, but that's a lost cause. I don't like I know there's like a stamen and there's a stem and there's like leaves and veins, but like beyond that and petals, is there more? I feel like there's more. Could I Google this? Yes. Am I going to? No. So let me see here. I'm gonna get. We're gonna switch to cool tones now to our greens. It's gonna be a mess. Not a mess technically, but you know. I'm gonna try and clean up some of these edges. When it comes to watercolor, watercolor itself is about staining the paper in an organized fashion because they're translucent and it's not very thick. So you have to think about doing things in order, and then also the techniques are how wet your paper is, how wet your brush is, how much pigmentation is in the wash you're using versus what you're placing down. So those are all the things to consider as you're going. And you usually want to work from the background forward and then from your lightest to your darks. Because it's easy if you overpaint or mess up a stroke with a light color to correct it with a darker color. And you can kind of lift, but once a paint stains, it stains. Like it's kind of hard to get back. And the brightest, whitest part of an image in a watercolor is usually always going to be the paper itself. That's why I use masking fluid on certain parts to keep that consistency for the white of the page, because these bees are yellow and I don't want them to have weird stains underneath them that can make them muddy. Um, so right here, this is why this line right here is a little bit fuzzy, is because I went a little wild with the mask, the masking fluid, which is this fluid that's it dries like a rubber kind of thing and it rejects the water so the paper can't be stained. Um, let me get this going here. I'm gonna be working with some greens. I use oh hey Quinn. Thank you for the chat. And thank you so much for all of the follows if I didn't see that earlier. You totally late for the raid, no way. You're all good. Just chill out and vibe, you know? Um thank you so much for the I be doing say, you know what? Sometimes you gotta be an adult. It's annoying. Sometimes you gotta do your laundry. You gotta have clean clothes so you ain't stanky. It's annoying, but you got it. So I totally understand. Actually, I gotta do my laundry later on today too. Like, I don't know what time zone y'all are in, but for me it is noon. And I'm looking for my other brush, and I think I dropped it. I don't know where it went. That's a problem. It would not be a stream of mine if I did not lose a brush. I'm not like I swear to God. This is why I can't have nice things. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Very this adulting nonsense is getting in the way. You know, do I always think like, do I really miss childhood or do I just miss not having responsibility? Because like childhood me, the immaturity, the angst, I don't miss it, okay? Do I miss not having responsibility and like having snacks all the time? Yeah. Not having a bill? Yeah. Not having student loans? Yeah, which are coming back in October. Like, oh, like I just that sucks. But do I want to be me? when I was like 16, child, no, I don't. And not know the things I know now. I don't. I really don't. That's not my journey. I don't want to go back. Whenever, whenever I get asked the question, like, if you could time travel, where would you go? And I'm like, into the future where we're like communicating with like jellyfish aliens, because the past is nowhere for me. 10 years past, 100 years past, there's no room for me in the past. Okay, history is not kind. Like, no, 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 no. We learn, we move forward. Okay, we go back 10 years. Okay, and even like I think like cell phones didn't come like I remember in elementary school where we had floppy disks and internet was a rare thing. Like, y'all want to go back to that? Okay, okay. Like lack of medication and studies and stuff like that. It's like, y'all just look romanticizing the past. I need y'all to get up. Like, I'd probably go back to last year when I had this really good dessert. That's fine. Valid, valid. I feel that to my core. Go back to a like moment where I had really good food, and for that time only. Yes, yes. Okay. Or the first time you ever tried something, just to experience that first time of euphoric sense. Like, okay, I would do that. Fair. Okay. There you go. That's fair. I'll take it. But all the other shit, nah. Nah, I'm good, homie. I'm real good. I also do swear sometimes. So if that is something you're not comfortable with, I'm a 30-year-old woman. So like a little explicative is gonna come out my mouth. Sorry. Uh I'm just gonna say it. Like I don't like to be like I don't get like illicit or whatever, but like I will drop a shit in the fuck every once in a while. I'm just saying. So like just so you know, I don't so you know, okay? It's not egregious, but I just thought I would say something because I'm in Utah. To be clear, that's where I'm from, born and raised. So I have been I have I have been like actually seen somebody clutch their pearls when they heard a curse, a word of curse, and not like in satire, but like since in sincerity, like you swore, like in real life. We be cursing like it's our language. You good? I was going to say shit earlier, but I didn't know. It's all good. Like, I just thought I'd say something because might as well. I should probably actually start painting. This is what happens when I start talking. I get distracted from my own thoughts and run in my mouth, but it's all right. So, um, I'm gonna re-wet. This is one thing about watercolor too is that it does re-wet. So I'm rewriting the section of my palette, and there is a cool tone green here, and this one is a more yellow green. And I tend to make my cool tone greens or any cool tone hue um, to be in the shadows, and then any warm tones to be in the light because usually that's how it kind of works. At least in my mind. I forgot. It's like because of ambient occlusion and all these other technical terms that I should know. I just don't remember them off of the top of my head, so I can look them up later. Who knows? Form, shape, line, contrast. Oh, color theory. Yay! All the buzzwords, okay? Um, I'm great. I'm a great distraction, such you both you and me. You're right. Um, true. Watercolors are beautiful. Thank you. So what I'm gonna do is on this because I'm saying that the light. I have a tendency to have the light coming from the upper like left hand corner, just for like consistency. I could change the lighting scenario and like make it all fancy and all. We're not doing that. You know what? From the upper left. Mm. And these right here have an underpainting of yellow. And on this, you can see these like kind of hard, sketchy edges. This is from the masking fluid I had put down previously, and then I went over with a glaze of yellow. So I'm gonna go over now with a glaze of green to solidify this. And then start painting in these leaves even more. And then I'm going to do some washes. I'll talk about it as I go, hopefully, unless I get distracted or get really, really, if I get real quiet, it's because I'm focused. Okay. I tend to use round brushes because I like the fine point and it's like using a pencil when I paint. And it's about, so I have, you can use paper towel, you can, but I do so much artwork and I paint so much that I found myself going through paper towels a lot. And I was like, this is not cost effective and it felt a little wasteful even though I was using them. So I use a dish towel dedicated to watercolor. It's Forever Saint. Um, and you'll probably see me kind of dipping down and all these different swipes on here is to control the amount of water that is on my brush so that when I do put it to page, I have a control of how it's going to place, how it's going to lay, and it doesn't over flood, but stays in the area I want it to stay. Um, and you get used to knowing how much is supposed to be on your brush through just the exercises and painting and consistently, not only just painting itself, but you'll know and understand with specific brushes that you have, over time as you're doing them, you'll start to feel when there's a this, when the brush is overloaded with water. And this is a very sheer wash of color. When it comes to watercolor, there are different ways you can see washes. There's like a tea consistency, a milk consistency, and a coffee consistency. And that just tells you or informs you, y'all, you're good, Queen Smart. Speak. You're excited. Oh, over here. I'm on my phone now. Back to lurking in laundry. Sorry if I get quiet. No, you're fine. Go do your laundry. Hang out. It's all good. But when it comes to washes, the consistency talks about how much pigment from the paint is in the actual wash. So right here, this is a very weak tea consistency. You can kind of see the palette through it. It's not very opaque. And I want it to be that weak because I'm doing a very light glaze. And I want to maintain that texture I had saved from putting that mask over. But I also want to tint it green because it's very much standing out right now. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to tint this. No, I'm fine that. We're going to do, yeah, with this very weak green. It's not white. It's very weak. This is a piece of paper. And from this painting, I've just done trial error, figuring out my colors, what they look like. And it's better to test it on a piece of paper, see how light that is, than on your painting, and then you can't take it back, especially if it's too strong. So I'm gonna go in and paint these here now. All together. And that yellow will pop through, but this is the first glaze of color. I tend to work in a way that you do an underpainting of like, especially with if I'm doing detail, underpainting of like to give like a variation color and brightness. So that's why there's yellow underneath here on these fronds, bulbs, buds. I don't know what they're called. And then you put a glaze of the local color. And then once that dries, do a glaze of shadow and light and texture. So this yellow. I'm going to have to push the contrast on this background. I keep looking at it and I don't like how it's not contrasting. It's not contrasting enough, so I'm going to have to fix it. Put this here. These wings, I'm going to make them see-through. That's why I put the painting there, and I'm going to go over them with wash. I'm going to go here and paint this leaf fully. Right now we're doing a very weak tea consistency. And I'm working in different sections of the paper because that's how I maintain the edges and the form. Because another thing with watercolor paint is the pigment itself will travel to wherever the water is or the source of wetness is. So if you want to have a hard edge, you have to make sure that there's no dampness crossing that barrier. So I am going to do a wash of blue, even a darker blue. So I'm still thinking about this. I'm going to glaze over this just to push the color back. And I want a weak tea consistency. I'm going to change the blue to a more cool tone blue. Right now it's a cerulean blue, which came from here. I do have a more cool tone blue, which is this. So let me show you. Actually, I already have it here. So this is more of a cerulean, just from here. And this is more of a cool tone blue. And I did gradiate that. The cerulean is the brightest up here because it's closer to the sun. And I want to get that cool tone in the grays because they're being pushed back and desaturated. The farther something is away from you, the less saturation it has and the little bit more blue it is, right? So I'm trying to have depth of field in this image. And right now, a lot of the chaos of the background and the textures, there's not enough contrast for me. So what I'm going to do is use a little bit of a gray tone desaturated blue and glaze over everything that's in the midground to push it back, while keeping the stuff in the foreground not covered. And that's how we're going to do the hard edges. So I take some of this blue here, going to that tea consistency. Now there's two ways to make desaturate a color. Well, to desaturation usually is like turn towards gray. So either you can add a little bit gray to it, which can make it muddy, or you can find the complement and add it to the wash. So the complement on the color wheel is the color across from it. So it's purple and yellow, red and green, blue and orange. So if you just take a little bit of orange here, we'll put that in there. It's already making it a little bit less vibrant. It's a little bit more gray tone. That's the desaturation. And then take this one. That's the original wash in the corner. So you see how that's a little bit more gray tone? Now, the reason why, the way I think about color is, right, you have the primary colors. So you have, like, let's say base red. This is how I think about it in my mind. You have your base colors. Primary, we taught in school. You have red, yellow, blue, right? So and all color comes from white, right? From the white light. So then it bounces back reflected of that spectrum through the frequency. La, 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 la. So when you have red, yellow, and blue, and you say when you mix all the colors together, in theory, it should make them go back towards that white or towards that gray. So that's this. So when you think about it, this is how I think about it. Red and yellow is orange. Um, and so, like, the complement to that is the thing across, which would be that, like, that blue, right? Because that's the thing that's left over is the blue from the primaries. And like, um, green is blue and yellow. What is the primary that's left is red. So when you mix red and green together, it's kind of cancels each other out. So that's how I think about it. I probably made that way more complex than necessary. Hope that made sense. If it didn't, say la vie. I'm a lady on Twitch. So I'm gonna go in here. I might actually have to darken this a little bit because the color is not dark enough for my liking. Oh, and thank you, art by Z Vesta. Okay, I can read. I promise, I can read. I can read. Yeah, there we go. And I am painting around the major shapes here. And I'm gonna shear it out by and then make some stalks with that glaze here. This is to add clarity to the image. Just to force force this stuff back and the other stuff forward. And this is negative painting because I am painting around objects to define them, like painting around the stem and the leaf and this bud, flower bud. And I can be a little bit timid with the darks of an image. So I find myself going back and laying in charges of darkness or darker contrast shades. And that is something I am always working on myself as an artist. Because it's always good to go back and look at your work, your body of work, and give yourself an honest look at what you're doing. And it even might be helpful if you can consult or talk with somebody outside of yourself, like, hey, can I get your opinion on this? Not as to whether or not it is good or bad, but hey, I feel like something is missing. What do you think that is? That's usually what I ask my artist friends. I'm like, I feel like there's something missing here, and I'm not sure what it is. And then they'll tell me. And also make sure you do that with somebody you trust, and then also somebody who could actually give you critique. Because there's some people who will have opinion on something, but they don't know how to actually articulate that, or if what they're saying is applicable to what you're trying to do and what you're trying to achieve. So keep that in mind. Be open to critique, but consider the source. You know, we're all human. We are not infallible, but at the same time, folks be wild. So here. And also another thing with watercolor, it does have a shift to it. So that is something to consider as you paint. It may dry and you'll come back later and you're like, that was not what I intended. This is not deep enough. You have to come back. Paint around some of these forms here. The suggested forms I made, they're loose because I don't want them to be the focus. I also want to consider where your focus is and what parts of a painting are and deserve a form of like detail versus not. If everything is super focused and super detailed, it's a harder image to look at. Even you as a person don't focus or have hyper like focused vision. That's why we have peripheral vision. And that still exists too in images when you're doing an image. It's fine to ignore, like you can, it's more of an advanced technique to bring this to the face. Like portraits or faces, you can like do all the detail of the full face and it's beautiful. Fine, cool, 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 cool. But some of the best, like some of the more salient and tenured artists, even portrait artists, will take focus and lost edges where, hey, here's just a form and I'm going to let your brain make the assumption of the line. And they willed that in their image, whether it's a portrait or not, or it's one object or not. So that's something to. These bumpies, I'm going to paint over because this mushroom does have little spots. I had to keep mixing my wash because it's also hot. And that's one thing you have to consider is the temperature when you are painting, especially with watercolor, because of how quickly it dries, it evaporates, versus oil paintings or acrylics, they kind of cure, so that can change how things are. See, this is damp, the paper is damp, that's why there's no hard edge, and I'm going back and I'm adding a little bit more darkness around this mushroom because I want it to be very much in the foreground. So it's not even a darker color, it's just a second glaze. Yes. And this is a 6 round. Right through here. Painting around this stem. So for this mushroom, I'm gonna, that glaze that's on the paper, I'm gonna clean my brush off, make sure it's wet, and then drag that glaze over the mushroom, so it's not as strong. It's still there. And then continue. Don't want it as strong. Okay. These textures are gonna show up. They're gonna still come through. This is very sheer. And most likely far on the back of the team. It's pushing everything back and forward at the same time. This is what's these two colors I'm mixing? Ultramarine blue and neutral tint. That's what I'm mixing right now. And bring it up closer. So this side is a little bit more recessed while this looks flat. And that's because that's the washes I'm doing right now. Still have to do these bees. May or may not overwork paper. Sometimes I overwork an image, I'll be real. I'm still working on my craft. I'm turning this for me to better see. There's so many greens on this page. Adding the blue wash, because again, I'm only adding blue and gray to this. There's no green. But because watercolor is transparent and there's green already on this page, is glazing over it, deepening the color. And it's not getting rid of the texture I put down before. Because I am only glazing, I'm not reactivating the paints and then, scrubbing and lifting. Even like this. It's a little bit too much. I was working with a lighter tea consistency and I put too much paint in my brush when I was making my wash, so I have to add more water, get back down from that coffee to a tea. T-E-A when I say tea, not golf tea. And it's always painting and reassessing and then painting again. These things in the foreground also are going to be darker. So I might go and do a second glaze, but only from the bottom up, just to make it darker and respect that relationship. And right here, I have to clean this up. We'll actually see the form of the leaf and the blade of grass I had painted. This was lost. It was all the same value. Now I can see it. Careful here. I might actually do these bees in gouache. Not even gonna lie, I probably will. Thinking about it. We'll see how I feel. My mind is always changing when it comes to facing and painting. So I'm trying to think of what is the best avenue to get where I'm trying to go. I think that's the fun part about painting complex subjects and more advanced techniques. It's really about every painting is like a puzzle. You're trying to figure out from your repertoire of techniques and skills what order to do them in to get the result you want. Like, how much color should I have on my brush? What color should I choose? What color should I paint first? So on and so forth. When should I be careful about my edges? When should I mask off? When should I mask off? It's all come down to practice. So now this blade of this leaf actually pops forward, and I'm gonna be so bold as to add another charge around this edge while it's still damp. It's not super wet, it's damp, and it spreads, same pigment, but a second layer of it makes it darker and makes it form and pop even more. I want this to be pronounced. I want this to be up front because it leads your eye through the page between the bees. So I want it to be further up. controlling the water, swiping off some of that glaze here. Still some on my brush, just a little bit, so I'll reinforce this edge here too. Let's do this under here now. Oop, too much. So that's one thing about when you work with light sheer glazes. If you misplace it, you can easily lift it. Wait for that portion of the paper to dry and come back to it and do it again. So I'm going to go over here. I want to respect the blade of grass I made there. Another one with the shadow. Put around this one here. Switch to a smaller brush. And over here. Painting around the leaf. And I made a leaf blade of grass here, so I'm going to paint around that. Reinforce its form. And continue. Even here, there is a blade of grass, but they're all this, it's basically nearly the same value. So I'm gonna do the same thing I did here and punch that baby forward. A bit too much brown on my brush. And I tend to, I call it tickle the page. I don't know. I tend to place the edge and then wiggle the water towards that defined edge where I want to be. Punch that forward. Put it over here. Slowly readjusting the values here. clean brush. Drag some of this blue up over this mushroom here. I just didn't want it dark with the grass around it, so I switch brushes. Let me get farther back. I am taking the tip of my brush and striking in some more blades of grass. Water off my brush. Oops. I would not recommend like lifting up your watercolor thing. I'm just nearsighted, so sometimes I gotta lift stuff up so I can actually see what I'm doing. Would not recommend it though. Shifting your watercolor. So continue. Down here. Green tone though. Pushed everything back a little bit. So I'm mostly going to do that again once it dries, just in the foreground. Everything even darker. Get into the greens now. Switch brushes. This one we'll be doing is very small. You want to fit the brush to the size of your brush to the actual size of the thing you're painting. Otherwise, it's a pain in the butt. So I'm going to be working with a 4 and a 2 round. Oop, sorry if I hit you. These are my Prince. This brush is a Princeton Neptune. That's like fake squirrel hair. I think is the type I got. Real like animal hair brushes, they do work really well, but they're also very expensive. So I tend to not use them, but maybe one day. One day I'll be fancy enough. And Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying. If I sneeze, I'm sorry. I tried to turn away, so I hope that was. I had a sneezing fit. Sorry. That wasn't too bad. This area here needs to be tidied up because I want a little ham biscuit with that masking fluid. If you've never seen masking fluid before, it's this and it's latex. It's liquid latex basically. And you put it down and it dries down and it prevents the paper from absorbing water so it doesn't get stained. And actually, I can do this right here. Just rub it off. I put some down so I wouldn't get red into the bees. The bees are yellow. There you go. I'll keep this there. I'm going to go in here one more time. Emphasizing the texture. Hello. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Appreciate it. My mic is stupid. I don't know why it turned off. Is it on still? I'd be looking and have the time. What I was saying is, I don't know what y'all got, but I hate technology. I'm a professional streamer. I'm not really. I'm a person who just does art and I'm on the internet. But what I was saying is I am painting this blue, and when it comes to these sections here, my with my water, I like to be cognizant of which water pool is darker than the other. That way you get cleaner washes, because if I try to mix a yellow with this darker wash, it will tint it because there's pigment in the water versus this one. This one still has a little bit of pigmentation, but it's not as much as the latter. But eventually you will have to like empty out your water and all of that to get clean water. But that's what I am aware of, and that's what I do. So when I was mixing my greens, I used the darker one, and when I mix my yellows and hello, can you hear me? How about now? Yeah, you're gonna hear I switched to the webcam thing because it's just being stupid. I've I've I have two different mics and they both are just terrible. So it makes me very mad. So the quality might have changed. But yeah, I do also have a I like to use when I'm not streaming has literally space is I do have a water bucket that I like to use. I can go grab it, but I don't use it on stream because I don't have space on my desk to have it without it being unwieldy. So I got this one. This is a multifunctional water bucket. It has a handle. You can see I use this. You can put your brushes on top, and it has compartments. And even in the bottom, some of these have like ridges to help you get the paint out of your brush. It's beautiful. I love it. But for the setup of streaming, there's just no room for it on my desk without me like knocking it. So I use two mason jars. But that one I do recommend. I think it was maybe, how much was it? I want to say less than 20, if that. So if you paint a lot, that could be useful for you. I got it off of Amazon. I'll put it in the thingy one more time. Yeah, so that's what it is. Multifunctional water bucket. You paint a lot, but you can just use mason jars. I'd stay using mason jars, or even any glass jar. Any, I prefer glass over plastic, just because I can see the water. Like, can I actually see it? But hell, you could use Tupperware. So that's, yeah. I'm painting this underpainting. I'm adding an underpainting, making it blue, because these little areas are going to be black because it's the bug part, or the carapace. Is that the technical term? A carapace? Girl, I don't know. Lord have mercy. But these are going to be darker and black, so it does not. And I want to paint these in really quickly. Thank you for letting me know I was muted. I apologize if I was muted for a very long time. I just be in it, so. Got a little guy eating a sandwich. And thank you, Veronica, for that follow. I really do appreciate it. To get the most like vibrancy out of your watercolor, it does pay to do underpaintings. That way you're knocking out the white of the page, but also getting, you know, more dynamic colors within the image itself. Because I could have just painted these plain black, but it will have more volume and more unctuousness to it. More oomph, more tooth. Since I'm putting a blue underpainting underneath instead of just a plain black. And it also informs me of what objects go where in my painting. Turning it so it's just easier for me to reach things, and y'all can also see. I am using Imgram watercolors, and technically it's this set, but I put it in this cheap Joann's. I got it from Joann's. I think it's Artist Lofts. It's just the one that you go to their paint section and they got palettes. It's one of them's over theirs. Oh, I forgot to do. It's a heavily layered process for me when I do my watercolors. I don't know. I don't even know how to count them, how many layers I do. It's like anywhere from 5 or 6 layers, but is it really? I don't know. It's enough. Still gotta do that leaf. I'm gonna do that leaf with darker shades. But for each of these, I usually do like an underpainting, a color pass, and a form pass, and then a shadow pass. What is that? That reminds me of anime. What anime is Shadow Pass from? It'll come to me in the depths of the night and I'll remember. Like, oh my god, that's Shadow Pass. Blue Eyes Green Dragon. I don't know. So that's usually how many layers I do. And then I do it kind of based on subject too. So, and then where the subject is oriented within the image itself. So it feels like I do 1,000 layers because of how many teeny little subjects I have. I've been challenging myself to make scenes, like make a full scene in an image instead of one object or one subject images, just to diversify my wheelhouse and my skills. So I usually do maybe one or two subjects, if that, mostly botanicals or a bird. I love a bird, okay? I like painting a bird. Me and birds, man. I don't know what it is. I just like painting them. They just speak to me. Maybe it's because I want to fly. I don't know. Maybe that's that. That'll explain it. I don't know. Maybe it's because if I had superpowers, I want the power of flight. And then that was like my first one. Like when I was younger, I was like, yeah, I wanted the power of flight. Flying seems fun. But then I learned about like teleportation was a thing. And I was like, fuck flight. Let's teleport. Be there in an instant, just blink and I'm there? Yes. I think that's why Nightcrawler was one of my favorite X-Men growing up. Just based off of his powers. And then there's I would not want to have Jean Grey's powers, if I'm going to be real with you. I really wouldn't, because that feels like a literal headache. I gotta remember what I did right here. I think I did the thumb, so it should be alright. There's too much paint on the brush, so I'm drawing that. And we have the top of the hand, thumb, fingers. Yes? Maybe that's what I did. If it's not, I painted it, so that's what I'm doing now. I have to... So looking at bees in real life, they kind of don't have stripes everywhere, right? Right? I think I'll just put the stripes on the bum. Like 2 stripes on the bum and call it a day. Just simplify it. I don't want to overcomplicate and have too many conflicting lines or shapes. So this is an old wash. I forgot to do this area, so I'm re-wetting it. It is dry. I do have my air conditioning going and a fan, so my washes do dry down quickly. There are mixing mediums you can add to make the working time, which is the time between something drying down versus it being wet. That's your working time. You can extend that, but I just didn't do that here. And then I gotta decide on what color I'm gonna do. Rip here. Bluey green. I said bluey green as I put my brush into purple. I know colors, okay? I promise. I just, my brain literally just like, nah! I'm going to paint this. Here. My brain just said no to me, so I'm struggling. I don't want it to be too close. To what is already here. And that's the struggle. Flip this around. I am going to. My thinking is, let's test some colors. And what's this? This is pure violet. It's not good enough. Let's add a little green to it. See what happens. Ooh. That's pretty. I like that. We're going with that. Sometimes things happen. You don't have to put a whole lot of effort into it. This makes a nice... Is that turquoise? Teal? I know colors. Do I know the name of colors? I don't know. It's anyone's bet. But I do like it. It's nice kind of jewel tone. Yeah. Just a little bit. I'm trying right now, trying to get the right shade, but also the right saturation, right? So we're at coffee, and I don't want it to be coffee. I want this to be tea. I do all of my underpaintings as tea. There we go. And this is not going to be similar to the sky, but close to it. So I like it. So we'll go here and paint it in. There we go. Again, about control. I don't want too much brush. If it's blobbing, there's too much paint on my brush, so I'm removing the paint off my brush. And the puddle that is there, I am it's more of a jewel tone green, and I like it. Right now, that's a hot diggity mess. I'll have to figure that out down the road. I have to sneeze. Oh! Excuse me. Okay. Go here. It's pooling, so I know it's too much paint. Now, here comes the fun part. I think the only part I'm gonna have any actual pure black is on the bees on purpose, so that your eye is caught to them. The rest of these are mixes, color mixes, but I think the purest black, which to me is gonna be this neutral tint, is very dark, very jarring, but I want that. And the bees. So I'm gonna add some more texture by mixing some yellow. And this consistency, I'm trying to go for a milk consistency, a little bit thicker. Make sure I get from the right wash here. So I'm gonna go in and try to make these bad boys look fuzzy. We will see. So this technique, I do a lot of striping around the form. Maybe think, what is the opposite color of yellow? Purple. Okay. I'm gonna take a little bit of violet, dip my brush in, and add it to this corner here. And mix it in with the yellow. So I want to make it a little bit darker. And then we're gonna, this is the texture of the bees. And I am stroking the brush in the shape, following the form kind of dealio. Just to suggest that there are hairs. The color mix I had before was too similar to the underpainting, so you couldn't see it, so I added that purple to darken the color and to desaturate it a bit, instead of adding straight up black, so I can keep my vibrancy for now. I will be adding tiny black stripes. Right now I want these little dudes to look fuzzy. So I like the shape here. Slowly adding the texture. I will most likely, because I'm thinking about it, I will most likely have to mix a bit of gouache and tickle it in on the parts or the areas that overlap the darker areas because of the transparency of the watercolor. There should be fuzzies coming out of everywhere and overlapping like the straps and stuff, but because the straps are darker and the arms are darker, it's not really showing up because watercolor is transparent. Even on this bum right here, the edge. That's alright. Making my guys fuzzy guys. Fuzzy, fuzzy, fuzzy dudes. Bring this over and over and over. I have to be more aware of where I'm putting my hands. I just put my I just put my finger into my watercolor palette, and if I'm not aware of what paint is on my hand, I have put a splotch of paint in the middle of a painting, and that's just rage inducing. So you gotta be aware of what you're doing with your hands. I say that as a reminder to y'all and also to myself, because when you don't remember, it is heartbreaking. You know, it's painful. It's a painful thing to experience. You work really hard on a picture, and then you yourself fuck it up. And you're just like, no. I'm going to have to turn this upside down again because this is too far away for me to see. So, upside down. And the board I used, this is foam core. I cut off of like a, what's it called? It was like a threefold sign, like project presentation board. I just cut a piece of it off because I do have other boards, but they're just bigger and a little bit unwieldy. And this is just the perfect size. It's lightweight. And it's out of the way, and I've used it for at least 4 paintings already. It's holding up just fine. So get yourself some foam core. Take your pages to that. I'm gonna get this guy here. This is a size 2 round. I'm trying to get not too much paint on my brush, but enough so it comes off with a milky consistency, which in any other context would sound awful. Milky. Ugh. What's this use it? It was milky. Ugh. And adding texture to, and this is just texture. I haven't really done any shadow passes. Any of the light in here is trying to be respective of the form. I still need to like add cast shadows and even more darks and more contrast. But that's for a shadow pass. Später. I'm gonna go give this mouth a 120. And then I'm gonna take just a touch of this neutral tint. There's still yellow on my brush. And we're gonna go in and add some stripes. Not too many. I don't want to. Still respecting the texture I did put down and the form. And doing tiny little strokes for the hair. Do that again. And this is not a true black. Not yet, anyways. But it is good enough. I don't need, I'm simplifying it so that I don't have too many stripes. I don't want a flat stripe of color either. I'm trying to get this. I'm literally working from this tiny little swatch of black because I don't have a lot to paint anyways. There was a mark there from poor masking, so I'm going to cover it. Get a stripe. Now they look more like bees because they got the little stripes. Honestly, this one doesn't need another one. 2 stripes seems to be good enough. So that's what I'm going to go with. Blame it on the... I have a RuPaul song stuck in my head, like on repeat. Blame it on the edit. Blame it on the edit. Get this one. Little bum. And I'm going to start to work. Since we're already here, turn my page again. And we're going to work on these carapace pieces. So I'm going to turn this palette. And I'm going to make them blue-black since I already did my underpainting. This is neutral tint. Sure. even with, believe it or not, blacks do have undertones. So I can actually find an example of this in my watercolors. There are warm and cool blacks. Like there are different blacks um, for hues, and it can change your painting. Let me see if I can go grab it. 1 second. Please hold. So I grabbed this, and believe it or not, these two are different blacks. One is warmer than the other. One has a cool undertone, one has a warm undertone. So this is like the warmer one on the side. It's barely different, but they do exist. And I think neutral tint is supposed to be neutral, and then you can add whatever you want to it. So I can add a red and make it warmer, or add a blue and make it cooler. And I'm going to be adding a blue. This is going to be very thick consistency. Very thick. So this is like a creamy, milky kind of consistency. And I am going to try and paint in these details. I'm going to try and reserve like a shiny spot to suggest that this is a hard surface. So we shall see. I am working it in sections. This is wet on dry. So we have hard edges, no spread, kind of dealio. Go here, outline what I'm trying to paint, and then do that. Oop, too much paint on my brush. Pick that up so it doesn't pull. Blame it on the edit. Blame it on the edit. Oh my goodness. Paint the shine there. I just see some holes in my first put down, so I'm gonna feel that better. And technically this is negative painting, so I am painting around
the highlight, similar to how I did the leaves, but at least it's not that white paper, so it keeps it nice and shiny, but it's not jarring to have that. I might have to put wash on that part. Oh, that's drying up, so a little bit of blue, neutral tint. And this is similar to what I was doing earlier when I put a wash down over the background, but the consistency of the paint is very much like a thick milk. Yeah, and this leg is way too short, but you know what? That's alright. Maybe I can fix it. We'll see. Do one of these. Trying to lengthen the leg because that was very short compared to everyone else. Go. Paint around. Highlight there. Highlight there. There we go. Use the very tip of my brush here to get that nice and good. Oh, not bad. And then just like on my hand, I'm gonna paint in the eyes. And I'll probably put in a little bit of the mouth here. Blame it on the edit. Oh my god. He looks kind of sad. Whoops. So that is getting the little highlight highlights in there. Yeah. I gotta do it again. Everybody dance now. My loneliness is killing me. That's not even the same song. Alright, okay. That was not even the same song. I'm close. In here. Is it raining? It's raining, but there's no clouds. You know, global warming. Technically, this leg is in shadow, but I decided to give it its little um, Carabis highlight anyways, because I think it would still kind of be a little bit shiny. I could be wrong, but it's my picture. I have been painting for 4 hours. Oh my god, it's 3. Um, it feels like I got nowhere, but I got a lot of places at the same time. Cheese and crackers. Let me see if because I do like have to do like things like an adult. Um, Unfortunately, I can't sit here and paint all day. Um, so let me see if it will do what I want. It did. Okay. So this is the mock-up I made. Um, Digitally using Krita. Um, so why is it doing that? Oh, let's make this one go smaller. There we go. I'm a professional streamer. Not really. So this is what I mocked up. So this is the end goal, but like in more detail and in watercolor. This is a digital mock-up, really quick kind of thing, versus the more texture and color variation and depth in watercolor. I'm primarily a watercolor artist, but making a plan and executing it digitally a lot easier because you can erase. But I am basically done. It's been 4.5 hours for me, so I don't know if y'all have anyone I should raid or not. Let me see. Who's up and Adam? We can, if you guys are still like on an art kick, there's a guy. He's really cool. He was one of my mentors. I took a couple of his classes. His name is Saint Chase. He's a storyboard artist. He's actually live right now. We could do that. So let's go ahead and raid. If he lets me, hopefully. This is like 86 seconds. I don't know why it takes that long to raid. So if you're ready to raid, I'm gonna hop over to him. He's done like stuff, worked on things like the Sonic Hedgehog movie. He's worked on Spider-Man. He's worked on several different comics. He's a really cool dude. He's very chill, very helpful. He has his own classes and everything. So Uh, I appreciate everyone hanging out with me. I do stream 3 times a week: Tuesday, Thursday, and Sundays. It's in my schedule. I mostly do watercolor. There ain't no noise. It's just me talking to myself and losing shit all the time. So if you enjoyed hanging out with me, I appreciate it. And we're going to go ahead and write over.